again, yes, we've covered them before, and yes, they're still harassing people on camera and calling it a prank. And after being arrested and banned from multiple platforms for their content, they actually doubled down and started uploading their videos to their own private streaming service.
Wait till he gets closer. Go.
I'm so sorry.
Okay, yeah, I've covered so many of these pranksters in the past few years that at this point, sometimes it feels like they appear out of thin air. These guys were actually featured on this channel a little over a month ago, but so much has happened since, and I thought it would just be fair that we would give you guys another update. And this time, we'll dive a little bit deeper into who they are. And these guys definitely claim to be pranksters, but to me, it seems more like they're using being a prankster as an excuse to harass people. And even though channels like this are multiplying a whole bunch as of late, it's safe to say that these guys are definitely competing for the most obnoxious creators of all time, and that's saying a lot considering who we've been covering here on this channel. But meet Edward and Roland, who's also known as Red and Dirty, the most wanted prankster cousins of Texas. They run the channel and website My House is Dirty, and it's definitely safe to say their content is just a pain in the ass for everyone that's unfortunate enough that lives close to them. Because a lot of their pranks include harassment, assault, battery, and that's honestly just the tip of the iceberg.
Yeah, man. I ain't see, buddy.
I mean, imagine being your mid to late 30s and deciding that your life's purpose is to harass strangers at Home Depot and put it on the internet.
Go.
Yeah, so essentially, these guys just act like overgrown bullies who never mentally progressed past middle school. And their idea of a prank is so warped and broad that it could range from something harmless like using walkie-talkies to pretend like they work as a security staff at grocery stores.
That you were putting turkeys in your coat and ham and turkeys in your coat.
No, he ain't talking about me.
What the hell we gonna put a ham and turkey in the coat?
Wow.
We ain't even been by no ham or turkey.
We been up here.
You hear him, boss?
Yeah, I hear, man, but I know for sure I seen him stuck a ham in there.
You see anything in my damn jacket?
I respect how you feel, you know what I'm saying? I respect. I wouldn't want nobody accusing me of turkeys. If I'm stealing them, I don't want nobody to blow my cover.
Even harassing people in a public bathroom. And as I mentioned before, we've covered these guys before, and in my last video, I actually made some mistakes on my first coverage of them. I was calling him out for, you know, slapping a random dude in public.
Bro, hold on, bro. Hey, it's okay.
I was next. I was next.
So the guy that Dirty actually hits with a bag is actually a friend of theirs, and the short-tempered Dirty is a frequent bit that they used to make, like this one.
Yeah, but you gotta wait like everybody else does.
Bro, why you making a big deal? Why you crying, bro? You don't gotta cry.
No, but it's disrespectful though, my
Bro,
man.
you don't have to cry. It's not a big deal,
I'm
bro.
not crying. I'm saying you in my way.
So I guess the punchline here is to actually get the reaction from the security instead of the shoppers. So that definitely makes that prank way better, that he's not just like randomly assaulting someone like that, at least. But they are still randomly assaulting other people in other ways. Either way, their channel was first created in December of 2015. They managed to upload about 350 videos and rack up about 400,000 subscribers before having their channel terminated by YouTube in 2023. But by the end of 2024, they had created a new channel. And honestly, not even that long after that, that got banned as well. So they've been making these prank videos that mostly involve them harassing strangers in public for honestly over a decade at this point. And from what I've seen, it's crazy to think that YouTube took that long to actually crack down on this.
Was that something from up there? I think it was from up there.
What was that for?
No.
These guys were lucky that they came across pretty much the chillest unk in existence, but they've definitely not always been that lucky.
I want you to do something with just done that. That's it.
Okay,
No, don't touch me.
Now, their biggest problem is all their social media accounts just keep getting banned across all platforms. But they're kind of like internet cockroaches because they just keep reappearing. It's like playing a game of whack-a-mole with them. They just ban them, and then they respawn, and they get banned, and then they respawn again, then another ban. And that's definitely happening. The main way I see them resurfacing on the internet is through compilation videos. For example, there's still like an hour-long compilation of their greatest hits that still float around on YouTube. But like I said before, their channel was made in late 2015, but it wasn't until August 2016 until they uploaded their first video, titled Random Selfie Prank. This video features Roland, aka Dirty, taking selfies with strangers in public, which honestly is pretty tame considering what they're doing right now.
Yeah, that's number one. You might want to sag your pants a little bit. Let's do it again. Sag up, man. Sag a little bit. No. What are you doing?
But it was not long before they started escalating things. So still, in 2016, they found themselves in the eyes of the law when they went viral for recording a basketball game in the middle of a highway.
Edward Gonzalez and Roland Zepeda Jr. crave notoriety. How else to explain basketball games in the middle of Houston's highway?
That stunt caught the attention of the Houston Police Department, which identified both men and linked them to another case, for which those guys were arrested in February of the same year for allegedly stealing 36 pairs of headphones from the Apple store at Memorial City Mall, totaling in value at about $7,000 at the time.
Well, one of those two freeway basketballers was in court today, but he wasn't facing any charges related to that viral incident. Let's show you some of that new video we just got of 28-year-old Roland Zepeda, who is charged with allegedly stealing 2 expensive cameras in February.
For some reason, that YouTube video was only uploaded in 2018, but the article on their website dates to June 2016. And while on that topic, it is pretty interesting to see how long Dirty's criminal record is. At least 40 results can be found under his name. So it's safe to say they've been active making prank content, to put it lightly. And Red's criminal record is not far behind his cousin's, because in 2024 he recently announced on Instagram that he was out of the penitentiary and he was ready to be back at top where he belongs. So I assume by on top he's talking about face down on top of the police cruiser because he was getting arrested again, because his freedom definitely did not last long. Because only 5 months later, on May 9th of 2025, he was arrested once again, this time in Miami though. It's honestly hard to find a more perfect example of what happens when you give attention seekers a platform and financial incentive to be as obnoxious as possible. And back when the channel was still up, their description was just doing me, living life, why not throw in some laughter here and there? Hate it or love it. Yeah, that's about as vague as calling Chernobyl a mild power surge. So hey, if you're someone who's been recommended their content in the past, you might initially see some of their more tame pranks. For example, they went to this department store and scared customers pretending to be mannequins.
Come on. How you gonna do it if you can't see?
Go straight or something. I really can't see.
You have another one of these vests right here? Where did I get the vest from?
This one?
Yes.
Hello.
Is this something you'll wear?
No.
Tell me
Maybe on
why.
Vacation.
Say it again.
Maybe on vacation.
Now, but I'm saying, why not this one?
Vacation.
Now, but I'm saying, why not this one?
Oh, that was awesome.
Hey, at least you're cool about it, man.
But even in this one, if we let the video continue, they go from scaring people off to just throwing random objects at people.
Not yet, not yet. Don't move. Get ready. Go. Go.
Hey, what the hell was that?
And that's the problem about channels like them. Like, they intentionally instigate confrontations to create entertaining content. Like, they push the boundaries until someone reacts, and then they farm that for content.
Oh.
Yeah, not only is that straight up assault, but think about how costly that prank could have been for the victim. Like, we live in this age where most people walk around with expensive electronics. And then I guess just take one of their most recent videos as another prime example of this.
My shit ain't coming out. My shit ain't coming out.
You gotta wet the other ones. Wet the things.
Bro, chill out with that.
Watch it, buddy.
Oh, bro.
You in the way.
Bro, why y'all do
You over
this?
there
You gotta
doing
wet
the plans,
everything right
buddy.
there, buddy.
We right here.
Why y'all playing with me, bro?
How we playing with you?
Why y'all playing with me, bro?
How we playing with you?
I don't think they realize that people aren't watching for them. They're watching for people's reactions to their awful behavior. Like, just take their shopping at a stranger's cart prank. Even though they're not doing anything extraordinarily problematic here, I mean, at the end of the day, taking items from people's baskets they haven't paid for yet, essentially what they're trying to do here is farm a reaction.
Oh, you work here?
I'm a worker.
You know where the Pepsi and Mountain Dew is?
Pepsi and Mountain Dew like this. Something like these?
Yes, sir.
Oh, yeah, you can just go ahead and take these.
Oh, thank you.
I'll give you another one. Hello.
I need 4.
Wait.
Hey, mother. Put it right there.
Oh, I did put it right there.
Put it back right here.
No, go get another one. I'm busy. I'm real busy right now. Okay? Sorry.
That's good. I don't need no more.
But unfortunately, in most cases, they didn't even get enough of a reaction, so they also had to, like, insult them to try to finally get that reaction. So, it's kind of just pathetic to watch. And as you can guess, obviously things finally got heated.
When I go in there, where like the ranch and stuff's at?
You act like this? What?
Yeah.
Shampoo, you mean? It's him. Put it back.
How much?
Hey, man, what you grabbing my fuck? Hey, man, I'm trying to help a customer, man. You ain't trying to help no customer grabbing my The customer asked for it, bro. Yeah, punch you in your face. You won't do nothing. You won't do something to do. And redhead, ugly ass. You gonna run back over here so I can punch you in the face. What you gonna do? What you gonna do? Run? No, I'm running up to you. I'm running up to you.
But the problem here is that was outside the store, meaning the guy had already paid for that. So I guess you're just filming literal theft now. And quite frankly, like, these videos are not only bad for the victims, but they could also just end badly for these pranksters if they even mess with the wrong person. Because most of these pranks happen in the South. And in the South, there's many people who have effed around and found out. But recently, it seems like they've found a way to monetize all this. Because after, all their social media accounts were terminated for this content, they decided to release a website with a paid subscription service that allows them to upload whatever content they want. In their words, anything goes here. We don't have platforms controlling what we can and cannot post.
We're not looking for no trouble. We're not looking for no fights. But everything goes on the website. We're not looking for no trouble. We're not looking for no fights.
So I can only assume that quite a few feds are currently watching all their videos. So these two, they've essentially built a career off of instigating a reaction from others. And when those reactions just become too tame or boring, they take it too far by instigating even more.
What you doing, man? Excuse me. Hey, man. Hey. Are you playing right now, man? Hey, are you playing right now, man? Wait, switch that on, man. I see you, bro. You little. You want to check this outside, man? I'm a couple crap, man. Do it. Me? Yeah, I'm going to you, motherfucker. What? Why you smash that helmet like that, man? See your boy? Who the you calling boy, man? You, boy.
But as of right now, their Twitch has been banned multiple times. They've tried making a move over to Kick, but it looks like that got banned as well. So I guess they ended up making another Twitch, and that got banned as well. So they then tried Kick again, and that got banned as well. So then they went back to Twitch, and as of recording this video, that one's not banned yet. And just looking at the content that's being streamed on that Twitch account, it seems like the pranks have become a lot tamer. However, it still shows blatant harassment.
Need some help with something?
That's why they know your name, and I can't read so good. That's why I called you that.
That's good.
Are you not bald?
That's good.
You can't read, buddy.
Y'all have a good
You don't know how to read, buddy.
friend.
I'm not your friend,
Have a
but
good day, friend.
I thought we were friends at first, but now we're not friends.
Thank you, friend.
You're welcome, Jack.
Have a good one.
Have a bad one.
I think their biggest problem is, sure, they can have their own website that's like paid subscription. They can post whatever they want there, but like there's no discoverability at all on their website. So they really have to rely on algorithms from, the main platforms to be able to funnel that traffic into their website. But if they keep getting banned on all the main platforms, they're not going to have any traffic to funnel into this paid subscription website. So I guess that's unfortunate, but My House is Dirty, they're gone from YouTube, at least from its original form, but they still have multiple Instagrams, TikToks, and compilation channels up because that's the only way they can funnel traffic into their website. But also, if history repeats, it's not going to be too long until those accounts also have the same outcome. And every now and then, plenty of other influencers appear out of nowhere trying to follow their footsteps. And considering how long they've been on these platforms, I would not be surprised if they've inspired a new generation of absolute morons to commit pranks like them. Either way, though, I feel like this whole brand of content has always been a big game of whack-a-mole. One channel gets banned, then 3 more pop up, and then more people get banned. But honestly, I don't think it's going to be going anywhere soon. People are just going to F around and find out over and over again perpetually. But other than that, hey, If you're new here, feel free to subscribe to this channel, drop a like on the video if you enjoyed it, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Peace. This TikToker might be facing up to a decade in prison after he took a prank way too far, but luckily for him, it seems like he has a lot of people actually supporting him, including one of the most popular streamers in the world. So here we are once again talking about another TikToker who's taken their undiagnosed need for attention to a new extreme. And I think it was like last month we talked about another TikToker who ended up getting sentenced for spraying literal poison on fruit and vegetables and decided to call it a prank. Now this story is definitely not as bad, but we're still looking at someone who's deliberately harassing and damaging people's businesses. I'm not totally against pranks, but when they affect people in their livelihood, that's kind of where the line gets drawn. And it seems like this content will continue to get worse because now we have big influencers and a community of doom scrollers backing this behavior. So this is Heston Cobb, known online as Heston James, and it's safe to say he's got himself in quite the pinch.
Did you hear that, girl?
I did. Is she over that way? The scream came.
Is she over there?
You know where it came from. This over on this side. It was a woman.
It was a woman, right? I think it came from. I think it came from more over here.
She's probably hiding, you guys, but I would find her.
Okay then. Well, this 21-year-old from Tempe, Arizona has over 1.3 million followers on Instagram, a YouTube channel with over 80,000 that features a collab with the popular influencer Tfue, and now a banned TikTok account that had over 1.6 million followers. So you're probably thinking, where did it all go wrong? Well, like most influencers in this new pranking niche, their videos start off pretty much innocent. In this first video, essentially they just ignore car salesmen at the dealership.
Hey guys, you guys been helped already? No? You guys are looking for someone to pick up?
Okay, yeah, like, I mean, you can say they're wasting someone's time, but let's be honest, like, this is about as harmless as a prank gets. Another example is him calling a car dealership while being at the dealership.
Is that one fully electric?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, I'm interested.
All right, come on down.
You said you're here to win?
Okay, talk.
So, I mean, if you just kept it at this level, all of this would basically just be a nothing burger. But essentially, with his content, it's all to gauge a reaction of what we've just witnessed. And when that reaction becomes mundane and not funny anymore, he has to up the stakes. And that's what he does.
Where are you at? Doing what?
Good?
Yeah, I'm good.
Yeah, no, we're just gonna, like, the yelling and stuff like that. We can do it, like, outside.
Oh, yelling? Was that yelling?
Yeah.
So here we can see him starting to get progressively worse, which apparently is just screaming in stores with his friends to cause disruption between staff and customers.
Okay.
Is everyone alright? Is that your phone?
What was that?
I think it was somebody's phone.
Was that a phone?
It was a phone.
Oh, there it is. There it is.
So, getting back to our original topic, why was Heston banned from TikTok, and why is he facing a close to 10-year prison sentence? So, because in addition to the videos that we've already shown, his most popular content shows him pretending to be an employee in various stores only to cause massive disruptions, often while having a large group of people to, I guess, enhance this prank. And his targets were, ironically, massive corporations like Target, Jiffy Lube, Chipotle, and Pep Boys.
More chicken? Wait, are they messing with it?
More chicken.
Wait, hold on. Are you guys messing with their portion sizes?
Yes.
I'm district, so that's why I'm coming here to check. We got a clean house.
Clean out. Get out of here.
I got new workers coming in. You guys can go. I'm just gonna bring new workers in.
Sorry.
Everyone, come on. Let's start getting to work, everyone. Get to work. It's your replacement, sir. No, let him go. Everyone go ahead and speak.
Okay, so I see he's definitely more creative than 99% of the people we cover. Not that that bar is really too high, but still, I see why that went viral, but wow, what a terrible idea. That's a slippery slope, and honestly, just posting this to the internet is a legal disaster waiting to happen. I mean, we saw what happened with that guy with the In-N-Out, so, I mean, what did this guy expect with this? Just overall, filming yourself impersonate staff and disrupt a massive business is definitely not the brightest idea. And this is not a one-off thing either. As I mentioned earlier, he had multiple large businesses that he targeted with pranks like this.
From a different location. Let's get this ironed out. Check your HR emails. We were going into a different one. They didn't need us there. They sent us here. Go ahead and bring the guys in.
You're not even on the phone, dude. Come on, get out of the store.
See if I was on the phone or not. You guys can get to work. We're all good. Everyone get to work. If you guys want to go ahead and take over the lanes, get out.
I love how like not a single one of them thought that maybe, just maybe impersonating employees of massive corporations would be a bad idea. But either way, this is where we actually get to the video that caused him to be arrested.
I'm just going to be bringing in all my guys because you guys have been doing a really slow job. I've been getting multiple complaints. I'm from corporate, I told you. So this one, I'm calling in my guys and they're going to be working on all these cars. They're not?
Get to calling them.
Oh, get to calling them? I think this is them right here. Come on, everyone, come on. Everyone, get to work. Everyone, get to work. Everyone, get to work. Everyone. Yo, everyone, take that tire off.
Yeah, see, he outdid himself with this one. This one's dumber than all the other ones. I mean, this is just such a massive liability for the owners of the shop. Where do I even begin? I mean, there are serious safety concerns here. You got random people using power tools, crawling under cars, and running around in a mechanic shop filled with potentially dangerous equipment, while risking damages to the shop's property, other people's cars. There's just so much involved here. I don't know if they were actually taking the tires off the vehicles there, if they were pretending to do so, but that's also something that's not good at all. Like, without a doubt, this is very different than showing up and busting some tables at Chipotle. And this video got 1.2 million likes, but at what cost? Because essentially he put not only himself, but a large group of people in a position where they could take in the shop's property. You got random this one.
Come on. Everyone, come on. Everyone, get to work. Everyone, get to work. Everyone, get to work. Everyone. Yo, everyone, take that tire off.
Yeah, see, he outdid himself with this one. This one's dumber than all the other ones. I mean, this is just such a massive liability for the owners of the shop. Where do I even begin? I mean, there are serious safety concerns here. You got random people using power tools, crawling under cars, and running around in a mechanic shop filled with potentially dangerous equipment, while risking damages to the shop's property, other people's cars. There's just so much involved here. I don't know if they were actually taking the tires off the vehicles there, if they were pretending to do so, but that's also something that's not good at all. Like, without a doubt, this is very different than showing up and busting some tables at Chipotle. And this video got 1.2 million likes, but at what cost? Because essentially he put not only himself, but a large group of people in a position where they could face serious legal ramifications. You really just have to ask the question, was it really worth it? Because on July 23rd, Heston was actually arrested by Tempe police and is now facing 13 charges. One officer actually commented on this, saying, "Those videos are definitely not pranks. They're crossing the line from something that's fun and playful into criminal territory. They're breaking laws." And then she goes on to say, "They're going into these businesses and impersonating these employees. That's actually a felony charge." So the charges that he's facing is currently 1 count of third-degree burglary, 2 counts of criminal impersonation, and 5 counts of criminal trespassing. And as of right now, there's no mention of any charges for the other individuals involved in these pranks, as it seems like the Tempe police are kind of treating him as the sole ringleader of these pranks. So if you add up all of these charges, Heston is now facing 9 years behind bars. And since the case centers around content he posted himself, he quite literally handed the evidence to a jury on a silver platter. But a vast majority of the internet seems to think that the sentencing is not fair, with comments like "free bro" being prominent in his comment section. And Heston also took advantage of this public backing by releasing merch featuring his mugshot, all while he is currently on trial facing multiple felonies. But that isn't even actually the craziest part of the story, because now you have Aiden Ross discussing the situation.
What do you guys think, Josh? Should I put my lawyer on with the TikToker who got 9 years in jail? What do you guys think?
And even went as far to say that he would cover all of Heston's fees and provide him with his own lawyer.
Hey, Cuffum, should I help out that TikToker, Heston James, who got caught up in 9 years in jail for being a prankster?
I didn't hear about that story.
My lawyer asked me right now if I should help.
Who's that, chat? Is he a W or L?
I'd say yes.
So overall, I mean, this is kind of one of those like mixed bags, because the punishment doesn't really, or the potential punishment doesn't really fit the crime here. But ideally, you still kind of want the situation to serve as some sort of warning to anyone chasing social media fame that this kind of content can lead to serious consequences. But also, from a younger person's perspective, it might actually send the wrong message, because seeing so many people defending him and even a major streamer offering support, that could make it seem like, hey, there's no real risks here. And if you do it correctly, you can really launch your career off of this. But the only problem is he's set himself up into this like slippery slope, or he's put himself between a rock and a hard place. Because let's say he gets out of this situation completely unscathed. Unfortunately, with his style of content, if he doesn't completely pivot content styles, he's put himself in this position to where he has to up the stakes even more. So that adds even more risk to his livelihood, his freedom, and his career. But if I was to guess of what would happen to him, I don't think he's going to serve any serious time for this, because number one, he did this in the US. He didn't do this in some random country abroad. And then also, especially if Aiden is throwing in some money for his defense, I don't know. If I were to speculate here, he would probably be banned from all of these chains. He would probably get some community service and some hefty fines, and that's probably it. But either way, I'll definitely update you guys as the story progresses. But other than that, if you enjoyed this video, feel free to drop a like on this video, subscribe if you're new, and I'll see you guys in the next one. And hey, if you're a TikTok prankster, a potential TikTok prankster, maybe don't harass people in public for your content, and that will keep you out of legal trouble or out of being in videos of channels like me.
Are they getting rid of them? What the hell is this? Okay, I'll bite.
I was listening to the Facebook whistleblower hearings with Senator Josh Hawley a few months back.
Yeah.
One of the elements that stuck out to me was when they were talking about how if an underage girl has deleted a selfie, Meta keeps track of this because they know that this person likely has low self-esteem at that moment that they deleted a picture of themselves, which means that they may be more apt to purchase something from an advertiser of a cosmetic product. And I
Damn, bro. They got telemetry on like 14-year-old girls trying to farm them to get them to buy makeup? Because they hate themselves? Jesus. That's impressive.
think about this within the context of what companies used to get in trouble for and what they do, or more importantly, don't get in trouble for today.
Yeah.
I grew up in the 90s, a time when Microsoft had hell and fury fall down upon them because they bundled a web browser with their operating system.
Oh, I remember
Whether
that.
you think this is a good idea or not, I personally think that a web browser being installed in every single person's computer that's standards non-compliant, that is so bad that you can literally get a virus from visiting a website, has its problems.
Yeah.
But when you look at what it is that companies got in trouble for in the 90s, it just doesn't hit the same when you look at what companies get away with now. I remember
Well,
having
that's because now the companies have more ownership and more control over Congress. That's the reason why. Everybody knows it.
Dell Dimension
right.
233 back in the day, and if you wanted to get the one that had slightly better graphics, they would give you a free installation of Microsoft Office. And with
Ooh.
Microsoft Office back in the day,
Free.
it came with Clippy. Whether or not you like Clippy and whether or not you liked Microsoft Office or having an operating system that had the browser built into it that could easily get you a virus when you visited other websites that were trying to invade your privacy, the one thing that you could say, unlike Facebook, who is trying to profit off of young girls that feel suicidal, Clippy simply wanted to help. He might have been annoying, but he just wanted to help. There were no ulterior motives. If you told Clippy that you were having a bad day, he wasn't going to use that information to try and figure out which advertiser to sell you to, nor was he trying to steal your personal data or get you to purchase.
That's what AI is going to do next, by the way, is that once AI and conversations with AI become commonplace, people are going to look towards advertising towards your AI conversations. So, like, you'll be talking to, like, Annie from Grok, and you're going to be talking to her about how, like, you really like turtles, and she's going to say, wow, that's amazing. You're going to go to Amazon. Guess what you're going to get ads for? That's right, turtles. Yep.
Just other Microsoft products. He had no ulterior motives. He was simply there to help. Unlike many modern pieces of software, like what you get from Adobe or Intuit, where you can't buy QuickBooks anymore, you can't buy a video editor anymore, you have to pay a subscription fee for it. If I were to boot up that computer that has not been used for 28 years, and I wanted to start up Microsoft Word,
I think that they need to stop that wholesale. The idea that services to, like, being able to use a program, like, you shouldn't be able, like, you can't own the program at all. I find that to be very problematic. Like, I think if you buy a program and you buy to have access to it, you should have access to at least that version of the program indefinitely. I don't understand how people have allowed them to reinvent these rules. It's insane.
do so without connecting to the internet. And Clippy would still be there, happy and as enthusiastic as ever, simply wanting to help. Adobe is another example of this. This is a company that tried to twist people's arms into having AI and machine learning stuff go through their personal data. Not public data, not the speeches that I give, not my website or my blog posts or my videos, but my private data, the stuff that I'm editing. And there were people that were not able to get into their account until they agreed to this new end user license agreement. When they are looking for access to your data, they're doing so because they want to train an AI on how to do what you do without paying you, without your consent. Clippy simply wanted to help. When Clippy would ask you if you wanted help with writing your letter,
Clippy would not try to sell you anything. No, this is true.
Even read the contents of your letter.
Yeah.
He just wanted to offer suggestions. Game of Thrones had, I'm not going to spoiler alert, there's this Sons of the Harpy in season 5. They were these people that wore masks and they pushed back against the new regime. And the purpose of the mask was to let the leaders know that when you see people with this mask, we are against you and your new regime, and we are going to push back against it as often as we can. And the worry with the Sons of the Harpy mask is that it starts with one person putting the mask on, and then somebody else gains the balls to put the mask on. And then 20 or 40 or 100 of them put the mask on. And once 100 or 1,000 of them put the mask on, there's nothing that the leaders can do at that point. Enough people have put it on, and enough people have come together with solidarity, and they're going to do something about it. Now, granted, this may not be the best analogy because, spoiler alert, they were trying to bring back slavery, and they also were just bad people. Khaleesi kind of became a shitbag.
Well, they have that now. I mean, we have the same thing in real life. It's just that the masks are white.
Besides, I think that is that it starts with one person putting the mask on, and then somebody else gains the balls to put the mask on. And then 20 or 40 or 100 of them put the mask on. And once 100 or 1,000 of them put the mask on, there's nothing that the leaders can do at that point. Enough people have put it on, and enough people have come together with solidarity, and they're going to do something about it. Now, granted, this may not be the best analogy because, spoiler alert, they were trying to bring back slavery, and they also were just bad people. Khaleesi kind of became a shitbag.
Well, they have that now. I mean, we have the same thing in real life. It's just that the masks are white.
Besides, I think that Clippy is like a modern day Sons of the Harpy mask. If you're tired of companies changing the terms of the sale after the sale and getting away with it, turn your profile photo to a Clippy. If you're tired of companies that have the ability to reach into your house and ransomware your products so that they stop working unless you pay them again, claiming that that's legal, but then when somebody tries to give you back access to what you bought and paid for, that's illegal. Change your profile photo to a Clippy. If you're tired of sex bots invading the comment section on a regular basis, and their comments always posting with no problem, but your comments being censored even when you're not saying anything that bad, change your profile picture to a Clippy. If Google, being one of the premier data mining companies on earth, not being able to tell that little fucking cat with 2 pillows next to it that they try to make look like an ass so that thirsty young men click it as they normalize sex trafficking on the platform that doesn't allow you to express an opinion bothers you,
Jesus Christ. He's mad.
Change your profile picture to a Clippy and let them know that you're not happy.
Oddly
Clippy never
specific.
tried to normalize sex trafficking. He just wanted to help. If you're tired of companies saying out loud that the reason they want to keep you from fixing what you bought and paid for is that may take money away from them, change your profile photo to a Clippy. I never expected to win the legislative battle. It would be nice if I did, but it was never something that I set as I need to do this or I'm a failure.
I think that you can easily win it. The problem right now is that there's too many people that are technology illiterate that are in the government. As soon as you have enough people that are technology literate in the government, this problem disappears.
Always hoped to do was win the cultural battle, where all of you understand what's going on and you decide.
What I'm saying is we have a bunch of old retarded people that are running the government and they can't figure out how to use computers.
that enough is enough. If I ever have a chance in my personal
This is the
life to
way
push
it
back
is.
against this, I will. You're maybe not going to send that email that you're supposed to send to Interso to tell them, oh, by the way, make sure this chip doesn't end up on Mouser.com. Here's an NDA, blah, 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 the supplier agreement. Maybe you just forget to send that email. When there's a new consumer rights law that the senator that you work for is on the fence about supporting, and there's a lobbyist that's going to be against it that wants to have dinner.
Yeah.
Whoops. Maybe their invitation went to spam. I didn't see that. Sorry, boss. Maybe you quit before you create a fake paywall to test if your customers will pay again for what they already paid for. Or maybe when you send out that ransomware firmware update, you make it opt-in instead of opt-out. Whoopsie, if in some bizarro world it is actually illegal to make a thermostat work again, and this bastard of a CEO decides to try and get the individual in trouble, 10 cases to prosecute, only got time for 6. Maybe I just ignore this one. When a company CEO logs into their Slack and sees 10,000 Clippies looking back at them, what I hope occurs is that they intuitively understand.
Well, what they're going to have to do is if they see 10,000 Clippies, they're going to have to send everybody in for sensitivity training. And the fact that, you know, back when they had Clippy is very male coded. This is something that is exclusionary towards women. And it is sexist, and it's also racist because it is maybe white-coded as well, and so you have to change your profile picture, or you're going to have to be spoken to by HR for promoting racism and sexism in the workplace, and we all know where that goes. That's what would happen.
That they no longer live in a world where they can get away with fucking over the consumer. That their employees, their partners are not going to be accomplices to this anymore. That they are alert and they are aware of what is going on.
I wish that this is what would happen, but at the end of the day, the only way you can really solve this is with legislation, because even if you stop it with American companies, you're still going to have cross-cultural companies that will do business in a way that's, you know, like bad. The thing is that, you know, for as much as you want to criticize his advocacy of this, he does practice what he preaches for the most part, right? I mean, he is an advocate for a lot of these things himself.
But firmly push back against it. Every single one of those 10,000 people will be an obstacle to the anti-consumer practices and the anti-ownership practices, and it will no longer be another cog in the assembly line sending us all into a dystopia. There will be a moment where that one person who usually would not have a say in anything can be activated, and in that moment, keep the world from sliding further into a dystopia, or help push it forward in the opposite direction. But we all have to get together, and the first step is making it public that we know what's going on. That starts with a Clippy. On YouTube, if you're with me, I ask that you change your profile picture to a Clippy. At work, change your Slack profile picture to a Clippy. If you work at the White House, don't take down the United States flag, but somewhere on the grounds, put up a flag of a Clippy. Clippy's a symbol that what used to be considered one of the worst annoyances in our life would now not only be
It actually is really weird. Like this juxtaposition is actually very good. That Clippy, because when Clippy came out, everybody hated Clippy. People were so annoyed by Clippy. But now Clippy is the pleasant alternative to the world that we're living in at this point. That's a very good, yeah, he's right about that.
But for all of his flaws, celebrated as an idol. Because for all of these things that occur right now where there is negative malice of intent, I want to take away what you own. I want to take this back. I want to get your data. I want to sell you to an advertiser when I know that you're crying. Clippy just wanted to help. And if you were to turn him on today, unlike most cloud bullshit, he'd still work. Hulu Foundation is going to be announcing the winners to both the Future Home Bounty and the Echelon Bikes Bounty within the next month. Us offering 5,000 here, 20,000 there. It pushes the ball forward. But at the end of the day, that does nothing in contrast to organizing all of you. We're happy to get the ball rolling, but for us to truly win, we need to show that if you push us, Clippy clips back. That's it for today. And as always, I hope you learned something. I'll see you all in the next video.
We also have the duty not to infringe the IP rights in the process. It is in fact the manufacturers who have the relevant rights, not consumers. Also have the duty not to infringe the IP rights in the process. It is in fact the manufacturers who have the relevant rights, not consumers.
It's the manufacturers that do. Nope, we just take it away. That's the thing. You thought you had the right? Well, we changed the rules. Now you don't. It's that simple. And that's all you got to do. That's all you got to do. Everybody goes and they start thinking about the way that it is. You never think about the way that it is. And to be fair, you know, you could go and criticize the guy, But he did change his own profile picture. He did. And like, you know, you wouldn't know if that was going to happen, right? Because like, I always think somebody says, oh, everybody needs to do this, and then they don't do it. Well, you know, it's one of those things. But you got this going on. Well, that's a certainly different situation. So Ethan, in his fucking what's the word for it? I'm trying to think. Crusade against these people is going absolutely apeshit about this. So he's been suing them, and here we go. It's a crusade.
So let's just go ahead and start with Frogie. Of course, I've got my PP. Now it's the same PP, but I'm going to do it differently and do it kind of special for you guys. So
Frogan gives
this is a very
up.
special PP because it's live. So let's talk about this. Frogan is literally about to default early next week. What has she done with the 50K she raised? To default early next week. What has she done with the 50K she raised? We have not heard from her or her attorney at all.
What a flop.
She has like 5 days to respond to our complaint or she loses by default.
She loses.
And this was last night.
Wow.
And this was last night. So it's probably down to 4 days. It's probably down to 4 days.
Mm-hmm.
So after this came from Ethan. So this is from Ethan, right? This was the Snarkers. And this is one of the most legally inaccurate takes. That's one of the most legally inaccurate.
Wow, what a surprise. A Redditor doesn't know what they're talking about. Can you believe that?
Takes ever. Okay. This is
no
from the
way.
Snarkers. Can't wait to see the case.
Ethan with Scorched Earth? It's going to get worse.
Missed after Fro. What is she like? First of all, who calls her Fro? Like when I hear them call her Fro, it sounds like she's Froyo. Okay? Like I can't
that ice
not
cream
think
shit
that her Fro. It sounds like she's Froyo. Okay? Like I can't
that ice
not
cream
think
shit.
That she's frozen yogurt.
Oh.
So let's get into this. After Fro files a motion to quash after being improperly served. This dude is such
I never ever eat that. Like there was some like rich white people area that my ex-girlfriend wanted me to go to and she wanted me to buy her one of them. I refused to even eat a single bite. I would not eat it. I already have ice cream. I don't need another one. I will not.
An idiot. He has all of his money and doesn't know what to do with it. So therefore,
ice cream like a normal
lack
person.
of a lawyer
Tastes gay.
is just taking it from him.
I knew it.
LMAO. This is really funny. Okay, well, first of all,
this dude is such an idiot. He has all the money and doesn't know what to do with it. Therefore, his quack of a lawyer. Oh, God.
Let's correct the record. All lawyers are greedy, money-sucking.
That's right.
Soulless.
Whenever I heard this is why I wanted to go to law school.
Quacks. No, they're all crazy in a special way. All lawyers are crazy in a special way. But beyond that,
as soon as I realized that,
procedurally inaccurate and completely wrong. And I'm going to explain how this is just completely wrong.
You're a quack? No, the reason actually was because I played Magic the Gathering, and my friend Jason knew all the rules so well that he could manipulate the rules to make himself win in disputes where he shouldn't have won. But I couldn't argue against it because I didn't know the rules as well as him. And so I thought that if I could learn the legal code, I could manipulate people in the world in a way that he could manipulate Magic the Gathering, and it would give me an advantage over everybody else. That was the real reason. So it's kind of close. Because if you know the rules to life, then you can use them and abuse them.
First of all, let's explain what a default judgment is. Okay? Default judgment is a court ruling in favor of the plaintiff, typically because the defendant does not file a defense or the defendant doesn't acknowledge
they don't even know what happened.
You know, if you just want to stick your head in the sand and pretend you don't know what's going on, you're likely going to get a default judgment. Now,
so it's not like it's even going to get thrown out. The only person that's going to get thrown out is Frogan.
There are certain circumstances in which not receiving service is a real thing.
Yeah.
However,
that's why they have to serve you papers.
Ethan Klein has multiple methods. He can, obviously have what we call hand deliveries when you're hand serviced, but there's also service by publication. So you can publish it in a newspaper of general circulation.
That's right.
And that can generally get back and serve a service. And beyond that,
she acknowledged it. She should have never acknowledged it.
All know that Frogan knows about this lawsuit.
Of course.
Like, it's not something that Frogan doesn't know about. It's very public. So it's very clear what's going on here to a judge that Frogan is trying to dodge.
She already started
Frogan is
to find
trying
me.
to
Yeah,
evade
it's
this,
over.
right? And
She
Ethan
knows.
Klein,
She knows that. Everybody knows that.
this default judgment, this court ruling in favor of the plaintiff, he would win without Frogan ever having a chance to assert defense. So Frogan, even if she gets this default judgment, so even if the court ends up ultimately siding with Ethan Klein and saying, hey, default judgment. And remember, with a default judgment, that isn't a win for Klein. He gets what he wants. So he'll get damages, whatever else
it's
he
like
wants.
if your team quits the game.
He gets what he wants. So he'll get damages, whatever else
It's
he
like
wants.
if your team quits the game in the middle of a match. You still win the match, but it's like you don't
video,
really
whatever
win.
he wants. He's going to get that by default. It's just, hey, well, this person is not fighting back. So, okay. And then he can proceed, if she doesn't do anything, she can proceed to collecting on that judgment at a certain point. However, Frogi Yogi does have a potential opportunity to challenge the default judgment.
Of course.
She does that with an objection to the default judgment, which is a motion to set aside. So she can make a motion to set aside the default judgment. Now, she does need to have a valid excuse, right? So not receiving the claim could be if
No, you set up a GoFundMe. You talked about it. That is not going to happen.
If the service, all types of service were invalid. But I guarantee you that at least one type of service that they used on this, whether it was, hand delivery or publication or some sort of substitute service, was legally sufficient to provide notice of service or sufficient service to proceed with the case.
Well, she already
They're
knew
not going to issue the default judgment typically if there was completely bunk service. But the burden would be on Frogi to prove that. And beyond that,
there's no way she can prove that, especially if he said it and she acknowledged it the entire time.
You'd have to have something like illness or extreme emergency. And as far as we know, in the Frogan case, Frogan is not in the hospital. Frogan is not under extreme emergency. Frogan was not in a crisis zone.
Well, I think that she is. I mean, the rents probably do, and that's not going so well, I would assume. But she does have that extra $35,000, so maybe things will be okay.
She's not somewhere where bad stuff is going down.
Yeah, surely.
Right. And or she'd have to prove a procedural error.
Unless the judge is sympathetic to Frogan. What do you think? Do you think the judges are going to be sympathetic to Frogan?
Right. However, she has to respond to do this. And that response has to be very prompt and persuasive. So she'd have to do that anyway.
Oh, that's good.
So she's going to have
no
to
Peruski,
go
guys.
back, write the court, and explain why she did not respond before, etc. And the judge is not obliged to accept that. The judge can say, I don't accept this. We're still sticking with the default judgment. Now, here's the thing. Here's the biggest thing. And here's where the snarkers are completely wrong. This is where the snarkers just are completely...
Wait, so are you telling me that a bunch of random Redditors with no degree or any sort of knowledge in this topic whatsoever actually don't know what they're talking about? There's no way. This might be the first time that's happened.
Stupid. Is even if Frogi objects to the default, and even if the judge grants her motion, if everything goes the same way, you know what the end result is?
She's paying
you know
Ethan
what the
money.
end result
That's the end result.
is? It's not the case being dropped, kids. It's the case proceeding as normal.
Man.
So if Frogan goes through all this extra work, all she's going to do
is make it happen anyway.
Have the case proceed as normal. Literally, somebody in the chat said it. Who said it here? Square one. It's back at square one. Congratulations, Frogan. You literally did nothing. You do all this work for freaking nothing. Wow, Queen. Wow. So smart. Oh my God. Oh my gosh.
Slay.
Sigma. right? We're just going crazy here. We're just going crazy. But let's also talk about the money. The money. So here's our lovely, lovely Frogie. And she's got, you know, her legal defense fund at this point at $35K. She also had other donations from other places. So I believe, you know,
$35,000. That's a lot of money.
Was around 50K.
Oh, her goal was $200,000 though. Oh, okay, never mind. Not so good, huh?
Okay. He's tracking this closer than I am, so let's just assume that it's 50K, you know.
He is.
You know, she's got at least 35K here. But she had this legal defense fund, and my concern is, what about the money? What did you do with the cash, Frogan? What did you do with the cash?
Where's the money,
You're clearly
Lebowski?
not spending all that money on your lawsuit. And so the question is, where is that money going, Frogan?
Everybody knows.
Where is that money going, Frogan? Is that going to your muffin budget? Because it's certainly not going into responding to the claims, right? Certainly not going to respond to the claims. And what happens if the funds were diverted to purposes other than the legal defense? That's a possible crime. That's a possible crime.
Well, it's obviously, yeah. I mean, you're raising money for something and then you don't even spend the money on it. Like, yeah, you're misleading people. Absolutely, it's bullshit.
Theft by
not
deception.
Right. It ain't right.
Pretenses, fraud. This is a type of fraud. Also, wire fraud. So we're talking about potential theft or fraud. Did it go?
So what if she raises? Wait a minute. So are we in a universe where if by her raising money for this legal defense, and then she doesn't actually meet it and defend herself, she could actually end up losing 2 court cases at the same time? And then she doesn't actually meet it and defend herself, she could. Are we in a universe where if by her raising money for this legal defense, and then she doesn't actually meet it and defend herself, she could actually end up losing 2 court cases at the same time? So for, you know, the Nux Taku video is going to be Frogan is now 200% fucked.
Ulta.
And for
That's
once he'd be right.
We don't know. We don't know. And once again, this is speculation.
Yeah.
This is speculation. So out there, let me be very clear.
Nobody knows.
Speculating. It's a question I'm asking. And I don't know. And we need to know, where's the money, Frogan? What are you doing? The other thing is, if she was misdirecting these funds, she could be fined. There can be restitution, right? Meaning the money is returned to the people that donated.
So the money gets returned to everybody. She loses the lawsuit against Ethan, and she also gets in trouble for fraud. Guys, I don't think I can take this much winning.
It can even be prison time. So we need to figure out what's going on with that money.
There's no way.
Last night, this was the language last night. Tell me if she changed this language. Because I highlighted this, and this is what was up last night, as of last night. Okay. So after 2 years of target harassment campaign against me, Ethan Klein has now escalated it into suing me for reacting to his video on Hassan and myself on his video titled Content Nuke Hassan Piker. This fundraiser to cover any and all legal fees associated with this complaint and any counterclaims I have against them. So stop there. So far, she
clearly states what it's for. She says this is what this fundraiser is for.
As we know,
not muffins.
She has not paid any legal fees. It is not for muffins. She definitely hasn't filed any counterclaims.
Yes.
So as to these two, they're wrong. Now here's the part where
zero
we
muffins.
Might get into some debate. This next part, the part I underlined, she
Personal
puts
expenses.
any other bills, and personal expenses. So she's going to argue, oh, I can put food under that.
What if she comes back and there's like 50 Labubus behind her?
I can put makeup under that because I need to look pretty for litigation.
Bro, stop.
I can do all this sort of stuff. That's a personal expense. I can pay for like 22 layers of cover up, right?
Yeah.
Under personal expense, because that's a personal expense. But the problem is, and then the rest of the from lost wages and damages arising from this litigation.
Yes.
Well, the question is, when you have arising from, if you're not participating in the litigation, if you're not fighting back, there's no litigation to speak of. Therefore, it's not arising from.
That is what she's saying. He's right. Fucking got him. Fucking gotcha. There it is. That's grammar. That's right.
Litigation. So despite the fact that personal expenses is here and that might be valid, it's in connection with the litigation. It's not personal expenses for her to go on a personal trip, right? Or her to go buy a sandwich or whatever, Chipotle. It's not for any of that. Okay. So
yeah,
that is a
that
situation where she may have some trouble. All right, so let's get into denims. Let's go deep on denims. Okay. Even though she's disloyal.
Yeah,
that is a
that
situation where she may have some trouble. All right, so let's get into denim. It's not for any of that. Okay. So
yeah,
that is a situation where she expenses for her to go on a personal trip, right? Or her to go buy a sandwich or whatever, Chipotle. It's not for any of that. Okay. So
yeah,
that is a situation where she may have some trouble. All right, so let's get into denims. Let's go deep on denims. Okay. Even though she's disloyal. Here is this discovery matter. It's an order granting a stipulation for the plaintiff, that's Ethan Klein, he's TED Entertainment, to serve third-party subpoenas prior to Rule 26F conference. So this is literally, remember, as a reminder, disloyal denims literally betrayed the Reddit mods. She stabbed them in the back.
That's right. She roached out on all of them. I forgot all about this.
Refused to defend them at all.
That's right.
She completely sacrificed them to the corn in order to get this moving along.
Sure.
Right? And she gave up all of their information. She said, you know what? You can subpoena them and you can get all their information.
Wow. See, this is what I was saying, bro. When the well runs dry, the people begin to eat each other. And as soon as famine strikes, as soon as there's trouble in paradise, suddenly all of this solidarity instantly disappears, and it's every man for himself.
That's denims. That's the type of girl she is. Once again, this is why these people are going to fold
Disloyal
like
denims.
a sack of cards. They have no loyalty for each other. They
Wow.
don't care for each other at all. all of this, we're one big community, we're one big proletariat, that falls apart.
That's exactly what I said.
Falls apart immediately.
Yes.
When push comes to shove.
What a surprise. Wow. What a surprise.
Pushing
Who
each
could have
other in
guessed?
front of the firing squad. Right.
Bro.
When push comes to shove. They're pushing each other in front of the firing squad.
Oh my God. I love it. It doesn't get better than that.
Right. They're pushing each other in front of the firing squad. And we see this with them.
Unreal. He's cooking. He is.
Completely under the bus. Upon consideration of the joint stipulation granting plaintiff leave to serve third-party subpoenas prior to the Rule 26F conference of plaintiff Ted X Entertainment, ZF Inc., and defendant Alexandra Marwa Saber, PK Denims. Dirty Denims. And for good cause shown, the court hereby rules as follows. The stipulation is granted.
Wow.
TEI, that's Ethan Klein, may immediately serve the subpoena attached as Exhibit A to the stipulation on the third-party Reddit, that's so Reddit in general, accompanied by this order, and shall include the date of the Reddit subpoena. It was issued in the
Reminder, before Stalin starved 40 million Christians to death, he executed all the useful idiots that helped him gain power. Hey, Saddam had a great role model. What can I say? Bro, he had the vision.
Data compliance, and they may also serve subpoena on Discord. Uh-oh. Granted by Wesley L. Hugh, Sue, maybe?
I don't know.
A United States District Judge, July 31st. So the point of the matter here is that we have a official subpoena of Discord and Reddit. And Discord and Reddit, I'm telling you right now, and I know this, I have friends that are civil litigators, I've seen this in other cases that we've studied, etc. Discord.
So we have an individual here. The law shouldn't apply to pretty women. For Ethan is a twitchy, ugly beast. He's fucking gross. You don't care about this lawsuit. You just hate Jews. So this guy's complaining about Trump and then hating Jews. Why do you hate Jews? LOL. Oh my God. Okay, yeah, I don't know what to say, guys. Well, there it is. Oh my God. And ban and move on. Yeah, I think that's probably the right option. And again, I love how they don't feed the poor. Google it. What does that have to fucking do with anything? Do you think that Ethan has a legit... Let me ask you something before you're getting banned. You're getting banned. You're obviously getting banned. You know you're getting banned. Do you think that Ethan has a legitimate lawsuit on these two individuals? Do you think that he has a lawsuit on them or not? It says no, not at all. Yeah. So you don't really care. You're calling him ugly. You're saying he's a Jew. The law shouldn't apply to pretty women. You are an angry simp. You're an angry simp that hates Jews, that hopefully thinks that now it's popular to hate Jews. And so maybe if I say this, I'll get attention from girls. Sorry, Ricky. Your time saying he's a Jew, the law shouldn't have banned. Do you think that Ethan has a legitimate lawsuit on these two individuals? Do you think that he has a lawsuit on them or not? It says no, not at all. Yeah. So you don't really think that he has a lawsuit on them or not? It says no, not at all. Yeah. So you don't really care. You're calling him ugly. You're saying he's a Jew. The law shouldn't apply to pretty women. You are an angry simp. You're an angry simp that hates Jews, that hopefully thinks that now it's popular to hate Jews. And so maybe if I say this, I'll get attention from girls. Sorry, Ricky. Your time is over. You're done. We've had enough of you.
Reddit are going to turn over all the data. They do not care.
See you tomorrow.
They
on your
have
new
no
account.
dog in the fight to defend these people. None. Zero. They do not care. They do not want to fight and want to go into a huge legal battle over fighting the disclosure of information. They're just going to do it. They're going to roll over and do it.
What a surprise.
But then also, because some of your cohorts leaked your Discord messages to us, we have some of your Discord IDs. And guess what? We're gonna if anyone's gonna have your real identity, it's gonna be right there. We're gonna have
that's it. That's it. Hold on, let's play it one more time.
Messages to us.
This is something that a lot of people don't understand. If the court wants to find out who was behind an account, they're gonna do it. They're gonna figure it out. And it's probably going to take them about a day. They'll just be like, okay, so where was the account made? All right, so the account was from this IP address. Okay, well, who's the provider of the IP address? Okay, it's this person. Well, I'll just call them up. Okay, well, we've got a court order for this IP address. What's the name and information? Okay, there it is. So they live there? Okay, all right, well, we'll just go over there and see who it is. Yeah. Yeah, VPN or not, you're getting a subpoena? Yeah, like, oh, I'm going to use a VPN. I'm secret? No, that's not going to happen.
We have some of your Discord IDs, and guess what? We're gonna if anyone's gonna have your real identity, it's gonna be right there. We're gonna have all your messages, all your messages.
Discord.
And listen, don't try to erase them. If you erase them now, it's not gonna look good.
No, it won't.
You guys remember that? You guys remember what that is? Now, obstruction. It can't be obstruction. It can't be obstruction, but spoliation of evidence.
Yeah.
That is exactly right. That is exactly right. You guys in the class paying attention. So let's continue. Let's play the rest of this.
And you should know that I'll still get them even if you erase them. Because
what do you mean if I erase my message in Discord, they can still see it? Well, I can't see it. It must be gone.
the companies hold.
Yeah, they don't really delete that stuff.
Yeah, and that
there's like a 30-day preservation or 180-day. It depends on which company it is, but yeah, there's a preservation policy that a lot of these companies have.
And so I'm getting it, you know. So you can erase, you can run, you can cry, you can piss, you can bitch, but I'm coming, and you're about to find out when you. What happens when you a stranger and
it is.
We got to pull that
so
sound.
censored.
Okay, I will gladly do that.
Great scene. Great scene.
Yeah.
It's
Although
just, but then
coming.
also,
so the point is that even if they delete it, it's not going to matter.
Yeah,
There are more
I guess
rewrites
not.
of the
We
Epstein.
saw this one yesterday. Yeah, I think this is
So let's-
really fucking funny. And so it looks like they are totally fucking cooked. They know they're cooked. They're afraid. There's the video right there. And let me see if I can find this. What is this here? Karen's docs, Sydney Sweeney. Let me. I'll go back and I'll pull this up in just a second. Okay. Give me 1 second. I'm going to just find it, and then I'll go back to this. I'll get to that in a minute. But anyway, so wow. If this is actually true and they don't even respond or try to fight it, and then they hold on to the money, they could actually be looking at 2 lawsuits and potentially imprisonment. I think that they're probably not going to go to jail, as funny as it would be. It's probably not going to happen, but that's really fucking funny for me to see this happen. Yeah, it's hilarious. I'll watch the Meat Canyon video, but not today. And so that's where I'm at. Ethan's going after Bad Empanada. The guy, the dude had this flea for South America. I know. And am I your only viewer that doesn't give a shit about streamer drama? No, I think tons of people don't care about it, and I totally understand that. I like to cover a lot of different stuff and talk about a number of different things. And so, yes, obviously not every single thing will appeal to everybody, but I sure as fuck think this is funny. I'll tell you that. I think it is hilarious that this is happening, and I think it's going to keep getting worse, too. So, yeah, there you go, guys. Anyway, fucking bro.
Okay.
Andrew has been just on top of this. And the fact that, like, he's covering it and talking about it, it's so funny, the difference between, like, you know, these, like, Reddit echo chambers and an actual person's legal opinion on something. It's
This kind of sucks that I couldn't go Ignite because my Pike had Ignite.
a different universe and an actual person's legal opinion on something. It's a totally different universe, isn't it? I didn't know about this. There's been somebody making a lot of videos about me. I'm not going to complain about somebody unless I can get them all the way. I didn't know about somebody unless I can get them all the way. And so I bide my time. I wait until the opportunity is right. And then I take advantage of the opportunity. And I enjoy it. I love it.
Ah, bro, this nigga really think he a Death Note character. Lil bro, you're not like Yagami. Sit your ass down.
So over the past 5 days, they've released 4 different videos about me and Asmongold targeting us for all kinds of crazy reasons. It's their content nuke. And normally I don't react to smaller channels because I believe they just want the attention. But in circumstances like this, I do feel comfortable reacting because I don't believe the extra set of eyeballs on their channel will benefit them in any sort of a tangible way because their opinions are just that.
Looks like Marvel movies are pretty much falling off. I don't know if you guys have noticed this yourselves, but I certainly have. Marvel movies are really not doing very well at all. Here we go.
I had a piece of stubborn lip skin that I ripped off right before starting this recording, so my
It's right there, I can see it.
lip might bleed a little bit.
Yep.
Don't be concerned. That's just part of being 31 years old now. Even something as simple
you old as fuck.
as
Damn.
taking a little bit of chapped lip skin off is enough
That's
to have
bad.
me bleeding profusely, it seems. But you know what else is bleeding? Marvel
34?
at the box
35.
office. Now, this is a conversation in cinema that happens more frequently than people debating whether or not Sam and Frodo were gay. So many people
Not gay. They were not gay. Absolutely not. No.
Frodo were gay. Cinema that happens more frequently than people debating whether or not Sam and Frodo were gay. So many people
Not gay. They were not gay. Absolutely not. Not gay. I know the end of Return of the King. That's not gay. That's brotherhood. Okay?
since the
Very
end of
different.
Endgame have talked about how
Yes.
Marvel is dead and dying, and that superhero fatigue had finally reached its molten core where everyone was done with MCU and how bad the quality was, but despite all of that hoopla, pretty much all of the MCU projects did decently well for the most part. Like, even unanimously hated stinkers like Ant-Man Quantumania still generated like $500 million. But the quality did significantly decline, and a lot of people were getting tired of it. And so
well, this is what happened. So this is the same thing that happened with WoW, is that, like, for example, I think that WoW expansions kind of went downhill with Warlords of Draenor, actually, like, really with BFA. And so, but, like, you didn't really see that happen until Dragonflight. Like, Shadowlands was a shitty expansion for all intents and purposes, but it didn't really matter because people were going off of the high of Legion, or they were going off of the high of original WoW. But what happens is whenever a company makes a bad decision with a product, you don't oftentimes see that decision really represented in the next product, but you see it represented in the next 3 products. And you see this with, like, PoE leagues, for example, is that if you have a bad league come out, the next league, even if it's really good, will be weaker because of that previous bad league. And I think that's what's happened with Marvel movies, is that now they've effectively, they created so much goodwill capital, and they've spent so much of it post-Endgame, that at this point, there's no nostalgia left to capitalize on.
did actually not do well like the Marvels. But on the whole, the MCU was still fine in the box office, but it was showing signs of weakness.
Same with Star Wars, yeah.
They've released 2 decent movies back to back,
The
Thunderbolts
Thunderbolts, yeah.
and Fantastic Four.
Mhm.
But they're not exactly doing the billion-dollar nut busting that the MCU was known for. Fantastic Four is experiencing a 80% drop from its
Wow.
debut. So going into its second
Holy
week here,
shit.
it has declined significantly.
Jesus.
It had a great start, and it had incredibly strong word of mouth, but it doesn't seem like that's translating to asses and seats. And
It's just that people are I think that it's not really superhero fatigue, because the Superman movie immediately proves that. Not to be true, right? The Superman movie was a massive success. So I don't think it's Pedro Pascal fatigue either, because he's not in every single movie, every single Marvel movie. It's woke fatigue. No, I think that people are just tired of the MCU. And this is kind of what happened again with WoW, is that after the Lich King died, the game ended, basically, for a lot of people. Because this was the storyline. Everybody, whenever World of Warcraft came out, every single player who started that game probably played Warcraft 3. And every single one of them knew that Illidan was coming. They knew that the Lich King was coming. They knew it was going to happen. It was only a matter of time. And with Warcraft 3, it ended on that. That was the main antagonist of the entire Warcraft universe. Deathwing, Sargeras, the Void Lords, these are all abstractions that people don't really care about in the same way that they care about the Lich King. And you can compare it to Marvel, is that Thanos is an individual person, and he's not an abstraction like the Celestials or like Galactus. These are forces of nature that you can't really personify and make good villains out of. And because of that, it makes it way harder for people to relate to them and make them compelling enemies. And so I think what happens is that now that you have this totally different like thing, after Endgame was over, everything that happened from Iron Man 1 to Endgame was one story. In my opinion, that, the Harry Potter movies, Lord of the Rings, and maybe 2 or 3 other like cinema series, nothing is a larger cinema accomplishment than having a 2008 to 2018 10-year run of massively successful movies that all culminated with the climax being amazing. It was not a letdown. It was insanely fucking good. And so Matrix, I thought people didn't like the second Matrix. The third one was kind of cool, but you know, that's basically it. Movie franchises, yeah, it's insane, right? The multiverse, it's too lazy. Yeah, I think people don't like the multiverse because it takes away it takes away the permanence of anything that happened. And that was something I complained about with Endgame even. But like, you see what I'm saying, is that whenever the Lich King died in World of Warcraft, the game was over for a lot of people. Because this was the main antagonist for every problem in the known universe of the game, right? And then the same thing with Thanos, is that Thanos had been the villain in like 90, maybe not the direct villain, but he had been the villain by abstraction, or he had been the big bad guy for a very long time. When he's over, there was nothing else really to replace him. And I think that was bad. Are you saying they shouldn't have made defeating the Lich King possible? Do you think it was a mistake? No, I don't think it was a mistake. I think it was inevitable. Sometimes stories end. Like, but do you guys see what I'm saying? It's like, for me, sometimes the Lich King possible. Do you think it was a mistake? No, I don't think it was a mistake. I think it was inevitable. Sometimes stories end. Like, but do you guys see what I'm saying? It's like, for me, after Endgame was over, and all the Avengers, like, that was done, like, I was pretty much finished, right? Like, okay, cool, that was fun. That's it.
Thunderbolts was the same thing. People saw it, they were surprised by how good it was, saying, you know, Marvel's fucking back, baby. Fuck all your seatbelts, because we are in it again. But then that also didn't have the strongest box office run, which is now leading to the bigger conversation that's been had a lot about the state of the MCU. Are people just tired of it? Is superhero fatigue really setting in now, finally? Or is it
Absolutely
mainly
not.
just Marvel? Because Superman has done great in the box office. It has been fucking slapping in the box office. And it's a good movie. Thunderbolts and Fantastic Four are also good movies, especially in a sea of dog shit that Marvel had been farting out for quite a few years, with a few exceptions like Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3. And now it's left a lot of people wondering, well, what the fuck's going on? Why are they not having strong box office performances when these are finally some decent films from Marvel again?
Because they've trained people to ignore their films. Because they've made multiple bad films previously. So when you make 5 bad films and the 6th one is good, don't expect people to show up for that. Because you've just trained them for 5 times that your content's bad. It's a pattern.
To be fair, I think it's a little overblown with Fantastic Four flopping and all of that, with that narrative that's being spun. It's still at $370 million worldwide in its second weekend. That is still pretty solid, but against its budget and its marketing, it still needs to make like $450 million or something from the reports I read. Same with the Thunderbolts. The Thunderbolts generated $380 million total across its lifespan in theaters, and it needed about $450 million for that break even. So like, it's still
I think that Fantastic Four will probably break even, but the Thunderbolts never will.
Does have a little ways to go, but it's not doing like dreadfully. Like, I don't think all the Marvel execs are in full force panic mode, sweating, contemplating, sitting on a cactus or something, like worried that it's all dried up and Marvel's dead. But it is less than you would expect for some actually good Marvel movies. It's an interesting topic because, again, this is a conversation that's been had a lot, but I had always just said, yeah, the films have gotten worse, but there's always going to be an audience for it. They're always going to make like over $500 million.
The difference is that the Thunderbolts isn't a noteworthy, like Sentry, the Thunderbolts, these characters, these are like abstract Marvel Comics characters. Like, if you think about the amount of people who know who Sentry is versus the amount of people who know who Galactus or Thanos is, it's a mountain versus a molehill. So same with the Thunderbolts versus the Avengers. There's been a lot of movies that they brought out. Like, a lot of these movies capitalize on the fact that there is such a cultural, like, massive value to making a Thor movie. Sentry's a shit character too. Well, what I'm saying, it doesn't matter, right? That's not my point. My point is that everybody knows Thor, everybody knows the Hulk, everybody knows Iron Man. They don't know Sentry. They don't know the Blue Beetle. They don't know Captain Marvel even. They don't know Ironheart. So these characters don't have this massive social presence that everybody's aware of. Everybody knows Spider-Man. Exactly. Do you see kind of what my point is here?
Turns out that is not the case. These are better movies than the ones that were coming before it and performing much better, but it really does seem like people are checking out. A lot of people are starting to view the MCU kind of like homework, that you have to do like prerequisite reading and watching the shows beforehand and catch up on like 5 and 6 movies just to be able to go watch one of the films and understand or appreciate it. So
that's actually a really good point, and I think that he's right about this, is that a lot of the earlier Marvel movies, like they didn't have as many inside jokes. There wasn't as much interplay with them. Like if you go back and you even watch, like I think that a great example of this is like, Thor Ragnarok. Like you can watch that movie without seeing any of the previous movies at all, and you can still have a good time. But whenever you have all of these shows and everything, and also it's like, it's a matter of like so much content where people are just exhausted. They're just exhausted. Like it's just too much in general.
People found that to be kind of tedious. And also I think a lot of people were just tired of MCU in general, because they would release like 4 films a year, all of which were mediocre at best. And now they've finally got 2 like pretty strong films, but a lot of people just don't really care about the word of mouth.
Shouldn't have brought out the shitty ones.
Just done with it, it seems.
Yeah.
And to be honest, it's kind of hard to blame them. I can totally see why.
Also, Endgame was a thematic end to the MCU. Really, it was a thematic end. That's it. Because like all of the threats in the MCU that are beyond, I think, Thanos, they become so cosmic, intergalactic, planetary, godlike that it's hard for a normal person to even like comprehend. It's like the power scaling is so high that it's beyond like a natural comprehension, right? It's power. Yeah, the power creep is way too big.
So many superhero movies coming out, and a lot of them in the last like 5 or so years being really underwhelming. Why would you keep getting excited and seeing every single new one? You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
Even the ones that do get a lot of hype and glaze, it's hard to just want to go see that, because then you still have to wonder, will I even understand it? Because I didn't watch the last couple and I didn't watch any of the shows. And in Thunderbolt's case and Fantastic Four's case, you don't need to. You can go in them and entirely enjoy them by their own merit. They stand on their own 2 legs, especially Fantastic Four. It is all self-contained. So it sucks to see that it's not doing well, but it's not like I blame the general audience for not going and seeing it.
You can never blame the audience. If you make content and people aren't consuming it, it's your fault. It's simple. Games like Destiny face this now since they're not able to hype up a new story arc after the one everybody played ended. Yeah, I mean, like Warcraft had this problem, as I said, with the Lich King. There's a lot of stories that have this issue too.
There has
it's
been
extremely common.
Way too many underwhelming superhero films for them to just blindly trust that this is finally a good one, right? But I don't think it's like superheroes in general, because Superman is proving that there is still a huge appetite for superhero movies. I think it's just Marvel has been so sullied by their bad movies over the last few years that people are just kind of yawning at it.
Yeah,
which puts Marvel in a weird spot, because they finally had this come to Jesus moment and said, what if we made good movies?
Oh.
And then they fucking hoisted up the guy who suggested that like some kind of hero, you know? Like the big eureka moment. How about some good films? But they're not performing that well in the box office. So like it sucks to see that. And it's weird because now they do.
Well, that's what happens. And if you keep, this is a really good example, is that like, look at Path of Exile or Lies of P. So both of these games were very like niche games, not very well known, not very successful, really. I mean, like they were, but they didn't have the level of like generational cultural, penetration that Diablo had or like Dark Souls had, for example. But because they were a very good product, when Path of Exile 2 came out, it was one of the highest and most popular played games of all time on Steam. It was like, I think probably top 50, if not, higher than that. And so the reason why it matters is that past performance is an indicator for future performance. And if your past performance is that your shows suck or your games suck, people are going to think that your next games and your next shows are going to also suck. Lies of P saw something that no video game almost ever sees, which is the game's release of the DLC peaked at a higher player count than when the game was actually released itself. Elden Ring didn't have that happen. And the reason why it had that happen is because of word of mouth of people that had played the game throughout its lifespan that had all come back during the DLC. And so that's really what the difference is. The DLC was epic, apparently. Well, I don't know about that. But I'm just saying in general, Monster Hunter Iceborne had that? Yes, exactly. Iceborne had that too. It was massive. Oh, no, it did not, actually. Iceborne was not higher than the release of Wilds, if I remember correctly. But I could be wrong. I don't think I am, though. Anyway, my point is that, again, if you release shit for years, don't expect people to be like, oh, wait, maybe this one's going to be good. Maybe it's going to be good this time for sure, guys. Yeah, that level of optimism died 3 years ago. In my opinion, I think the first one that they kind of fucked up on was Black Panther 2. With Chadwick Boseman gone, and with Killmonger gone as the main villain, what the fuck are we doing? Like, what is this, Captain Marvel? Well, Captain Marvel, like, it was silly, but I could kind of see it. Did not see it? Yeah, it's the second one. Quantumania was an awful one? Yeah, maybe.
We understand that they need to have quality films in order to stay competitive and stay generating unfathomable amounts of money. But the general audience has kind of turned their backs on them and don't really care to hop back into the Marvel train.
Yeah.
So they have some good films, but now the audience isn't, you know, ferociously starving to consume it anymore. But they still
you don't have the same brand value of the characters. That's why.
Have, of course, like the core community of like Marvel enthusiasts that are going to see every film they put out regardless. It's just now they're having a harder time reaching beyond that scope, even with extremely positive word of mouth.
Yeah, sure.
It definitely is a weird predicament for them to be in. I feel like they waited too long to finally start realizing we got to try again. They can't just coast to $1 billion every time.
I don't think it will matter. I think that the reason why Superman probably did so well is because it's Superman. It's like the most famous hero ever, right? And so that's another huge reason why too.
I think the path going forward for Marvel isn't
it's a recognizable IP.
Fall back into old ways or something and make like really uninteresting, boring super slop, but instead continue with this focus of making things that are actually interesting and good, like Thunderbolts and Fantastic Four, but find a way to do it without the extraordinarily bloated budget.
Yeah.
They are not going to be making as much money as they used to. They're going to need to find a way to deliver quality productions for a fraction of the cost. They can't just mindlessly dump hundreds of millions of dollars into every single Marvel everything these days. That time is behind us now. That is in the past. I think they need to start analyzing their budgets a little tighter and figuring out ways of being creative with it so they can deliver these same kind of movies that are strong, but without eating a loss on them. Like Thunderbolts, that's a film that probably didn't need $450 million box office run to break even. You probably could have delivered that same level of film for less money, so that way the 380 that it did generate could have already been at your break even.
This is
like, I feel like there's definitely
the thing is like what he's saying with this is the exact same problem that video games have too. It's that a game like Assassin's Creed Shadows, if they only made it for like $50 million, then good for them, right? You made a good game, you're probably going to make some money maybe. But the issue is that these video games have such massive budgets, like Diablo 4 is another good example, is that they need to effectively be cultural phenomenons in order for them to be able to make their money back. And betting on being a cultural zeitgeist is pretty risky. Definitely very risky. And usually you lose.
Like, I think these budgets are super overblown, which isn't specific, like, exclusive to just Marvel. It's Hollywood in general. Like, that fucking Netflix stinker, Electric State, had a, $300 million...
I have never even heard of this. It's insane to me whenever somebody puts like oh yeah, this movie had like, a third of $1 billion put into it. This is the first time I've ever heard of this movie. The Electric State?
Budget or something.
The fuck
and
is
that was abominable. Like, it really feels like there's some kind of fraudulent bookkeeping going on over there, some kind of fucking scam, but that's a topic I've already yapped about a lot. Point is, for Marvel now, they probably realize that the audience isn't just going to blindly eat everything that they feed them. They need to keep delivering good movies.
Well, they can't rely on capitalizing on IP that has 50 years of cultural relevance. That's a very big difference. And that's why they tried to do something like Ironheart. Is because Ironheart is derivative of Iron Man.
To find a way to make them for less money, so that way the box office runs don't need to be colossal, historic, record-breaking performances in order to generate any level of profit. Though, admittedly, I think there's a chance Marvel learns the opposite lesson, that people don't want good movies. Like, they'll turn to Thunderbolts and Fantastic Four and be like, well, we tried a quality approach. That didn't work. Let's go back to quantity. That would be a real shame.
Let's
but
make
I think
more
there is a
garbage.
chance. Like, these zombies in suits, they could very well look at these box offices and be like, this was a failure. This experiment didn't work. That guy that we hoisted up about, like, what if we made good movies? Time to fire him. Fucking throw him out that window. That was a terrible idea. We lost money on it. We're going to go back to quantity and just really generic, safe, boring slop.
I do think that also another thing that they did is that they devalued the permanence of anything in the world when they added in the idea of multiverses. I am a big advocate of never having time travel unless your story is completely built around it. I didn't even like an Endgame when they did it. I thought it was stupid. What the fuck is this? Time travel, multiverses, everything like that, it makes everything that happens in the story completely inconsequential. It's like it doesn't matter anymore. It's the same thing that happened like whenever Dragon Ball Z happened. Whenever Goku or Vegeta died for the first time, it was like, holy fuck, oh my god. But like when this happens for the third or the fourth time, theoretically, it's not that big of a deal because it's already happened before. Do you see kind of what I'm saying here with this?
That's what the people want, clearly. I'd hate to see that, but I think there is a chance. I can only hope they don't go that direction. But anyway, though, I wanted to just talk about this a bit. I found it interesting to see Marvel is no longer like the guaranteed infinite money glitch juggernaut that it used to be. Though, of course, it is still making tons of money in the box office. It's like it's not like it's all doom and gloom. It's just in a weird spot right now where it's not guaranteed success every time.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's about it. See ya.
Yeah, and just a second. Let me see if I find. That's why they brought Vision back to life for WandaVision. Yeah, it's crazy. They devalued Hollywood permanently. Even Lord of the Rings can have another universe without Aragorn, for example. That's terrible. Yes. They need to get away from this idea of alternate universes and multiverses. All they do is they diminish and make less meaningful these stories in each one. There's the video right there. Give it a like. I agree with Charlie on this a lot. I personally think that it's going to continue. It's going to continue probably being worse. That's what I would assume. Poor writing, poor acting, and lame agendas milking a franchise. I don't even think it's that complicated. If you can believe it, like I actually don't think it's that complicated at all. I think it is literally this simple. The games haven't been that, the movies haven't been that good, so people are just expecting the new ones to be bad. It's literally that. Alternate universes kills canon? Yeah, exactly. And we still have 2 Avengers movies to deal with. Yeah, the multiverse is really only for shareholders. Yeah, exactly. But like if you do that, you can't be surprised when people just don't want to tune in. Ironheart, no wonder Marvel tried to bury this show. Ooh, man.
Remember back in school when you had to do some class presentation, only when it got to the day and the other kids started doing theirs, you realized you'd totally misunderstood the assignment and done something completely wrong, so your only option was to hide at the back of the class and just hope against hope that the teacher would forget about you and let you off the hook.
Yeah.
Well, that's basically Ironheart for you, a TV show commissioned 5 years ago when the whole let's swap out beloved legacy characters for diverse new alternatives craze was at its obnoxious peak in the MCU, based around a particularly unpopular comic book character from arguably the least successful era of Marvel Comics ever, who did nothing but ride the coattails of her far more popular male predecessor, only with none of his charm, likability, flaws, or character development. It was a show that was basically outdated and obsolete before it was even released, lumbered with a main...
Nobody even liked it to begin with, then. So why would they go with something that nobody even liked even whenever it came out?
Character that nobody liked or wanted,
crazy.
And the fact that the past several years have been nothing but a slow-moving train wreck for the MCU gradually eroded the fan patience and goodwill that might have allowed a show like Ironheart to scrape by. Marvel knew this all too well, and they also knew there was no way to fix or avoid the problem, so they did what we all did in that school classroom decades earlier. They went silent and tried to hide, doing their best to bury Ironheart and hope that people would eventually just forget about it and leave them alone.
This was one of the worst things that happened to me. This was in my last semester of college. and we were doing a group presentation, and obviously, you know, it was me doing the group presentation. I was soloing the entire thing because nobody did anything. And so halfway through the presentation, while I'm explaining everything, the professor stops me. And sure, no, I'm being serious. I stayed up the entire night. I did the entire presentation. The class was at 9 a.m. I was there early. Because nobody did anything. Sure, no, I'm home. I went to bed. That's what happened. Early, I did depress. Stops me halfway through the presentation, and he says, "Okay, we've heard enough from you. You, I forgot their names, but like, can you explain this slide?" And they're up there like, so the circle. And he like, bro, like he talked for like 10 seconds. I immediately was like, yeah. So anyway, let's get back into this, right? Should have called them out. Yeah, no, I did. I did call them out. I emailed the professor later on, and I was like, hey, listen, they didn't fucking do anything. And I absolutely did. It was a business. It was a it was like a process analysis, like computer systems class. And so, like, you had to develop, like, a computer, like, system for, like, I forgot even what it fucking was. But it was basically, like, a programming chart for how something would work. And I snitched him out. I did, of course, because I had an 88 in the class, and I thought I deserved an A. Because I was like, well, what the fuck? Like, I did the entire project. They didn't do anything. Like, we got an 85 or a 90 on the project. And, like, yeah, fuck that. Dude, like, again... You might, like, when I'm on it, like, bro, you thought you were on the team? I'm in a battle royale. I'm there for me. That's it. And so anyway, yeah, fuck them. Absolutely fuck them. That's the way it is. And so get the grade. Yeah, bro, I'll always try to come out ahead. Always. Every time. And so anyway, yeah, fuck them. Base for snitching. Exactly. So relatable from ComSci. Yeah, because they didn't do anything. Like, they didn't know how to use the chart. So we had this Romanian professor. I'm kind of going off on a tangent. We had this Romanian professor, and I remember we had seven questions in our final. And the class is like an hour, right? A little bit over an hour for the final. Each question is an entire page. Like, it's like this, and then the page is like the amount of work that you need to do. And some girl asks, so how many of these do we have to do? Like 2 or 3? This dude goes, you can do partial work if you want partial credit. And he walks out of the room. That was it. Just straight up walks out of the fucking room. And like, bro, they were so stressed. They were upset, man. It was hilarious. I hate teachers. No, he was right. He was right about everything. And I liked him a lot. So the point is that that's exactly what happened, right? 100%. Like, I was in a situation. Is like, yeah, as soon as they had to start explaining shit, it was awful. It was a teaching moment. Yeah.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for them.
Well, it turns out you can only hide for so long when you've got hundreds of
They were
millions
trying
of
to
dollars
hide, bro.
invested and a contractual obligation
and I
to...
tried to hide them. I did. I tried. I was like, okay, I'm going to explain this. I just told them. I said before the thing, just shut up and stand behind me. I'm going to do the whole thing. You're going to get credit, and we're going to be done, okay? That's it. And I was totally okay with this. But he wasn't.
release it sooner or later. So, over the past couple of days, the creaky old Marvel PR machine reluctantly rumbled into action once more, desperately trying to drum up some kind of enthusiasm around the show with barely a month to go before it releases. And today, we got the first official trailer. Are you ready? I'm not sure I am. No offense, man, but I'm not exactly sure that's a selling point.
Well, I love how the implication is like a Black Panther, it's like a black people thing. Like, Jesus Christ, like how patronizing. Like, am I the only person that feels that way? Like, that seems so patronizing to me.
Man, she looks about as excited as I feel.
In less than 3 minutes, the air in this elevator will no longer be breathable.
Must have been taco night, I guess. It's okay though, Riri's got a highly technical solution.
Screw this.
Fuck. I heard Riri Williams was a genius.
Aye, it takes a real genius to force an elevator door open.
I see you. I see you're fed up, waiting to be acknowledged for your greatness.
Pull your tongue out of my arsehole, Gary. Dogs do that. You're not a dog, are you, Gary?
Oh,
I want to build something undeniable. Something
important.
Iconic.
What, you mean like the thing that Tony Stark already built like 20 years earlier?
Yeah, you're gonna do the
gist
same
here
thing.
is that Hooded Justice, or whatever the fuck this guy's called, offers to give Riri the resources and money she needs to construct her new suit of armor, on the condition that she helps him in return. I'm sure that won't have negative consequences.
Sure.
You've bitten off a hell of a lot more than you can chew. I could chew a lot.
I hate so much about the things that you choose to be.
And of course, no MCU production would be complete without the patented Marvel humor.
Would a shady bunker have that on the wall?
It's literally above a crate of self-guided missiles.
I'm returning those.
That's exactly the way that I feel. Yeah. That's just about it. Yep.
And if all of this isn't a sign of how little confidence they have in this thing, then check out these comments from the producers.
A lot of people think that she's a successor to the Iron Man legacy. But in the comic book, Riri and Tony had a friendship, and eventually she got her own identity.
The story of Ironheart is not a story about the mantle of Iron Man getting passed. If anything, it's the opposite.
You sit on a throne of lies.
Spot the recurring theme here? The one thing they keep desperately trying to hammer home is that Riri Williams isn't just some cheap, lazy DEI replacement for Tony Stark. No, sir.
Surely that won't be what audiences think. Surely the audiences won't just think that.
She's her own woman with her own personality, and definitely someone you should be excited to see on screen.
Yeah.
I don't think that's true.
Now, call me a crazy drunkard if you like, many people have, but Marvel might have avoided accusations like this if her entire character and backstory wasn't an insecure attempt to one-up Tony Stark in every possible way.
Of course.
Instead of a rich but deeply flawed playboy with a talent for engineering developed over decades of research who constructs an armored suit out of sheer necessity to help him escape from captivity, Riri is a genius teenage tech protege who probably taught herself how to build quantum megacomputers out of Play-Doh and old Nintendo consoles when she was still just a fetus. Because truly, if there's one thing the MCU needs more of, it's obnoxious teenage girls that are inexplicably amazing at technology.
Why didn't you just reprogram the synapses to work collectively?
Because we didn't think of it?
I'm sure you did your best.
God damn, is that bitch on the rag or what?
Even Dominique Thorne, the actress playing Riri Williams, really wanted to cement the idea that this wasn't some lame attempt to exploit the legacy of Iron Man. In fact,
I mean, can we just say that if you have to go on a press tour to talk about how this movie isn't the same as another movie, that, I mean, like, I feel like that's pretty bad, right? I mean, if you need to do that. Yeah, who needs to do that? Why would you need to do that?
according to her Trust Me Bro source, Robert Downey Jr. himself even descended from the heavens to this mortal plane to give her his blessing. As if that counts for anything. He's a fucking actor, not the God Emperor of the MCU.
I think this is the dumbest thing, by the way, of having him play Doctor Doom. I think it is so stupid. You already have had a role in the universe. I think it's so weird, man. It's so dumb. It's a really bad idea. I don't get it, man. He was already Iron Man.
Anyway,
yeah.
Robert Downey Jr. and I spoke after we wrapped, and he shared some very lovely words about my journey.
That's nice.
Come on! Your journey? You've literally been in one movie at this point. A movie so forgettable that most people can't even remember you were in it. That's not a journey, that's a weekend staycation in Grimsby. He told me how excited he was and that he's rooting for it too. I literally got
he's not gonna come. I mean, like, realistically, I'm sure he wants the movie to do well.
better and smarter and more resourceful than Tony ever was, because of course she is. She's dumpster diving, whereas Tony Stark was this bajillionaire. What she's able to accomplish is remarkable.
Right.
Oh, really?
Tony Stark was...
Nope, I'm not doing it. I'm not replaying that same fucking clip that everyone's using to respond to this, but you do get the point here. Tony's wealth and resources counted for absolutely nothing when he was imprisoned in that cave in Afghanistan. In fact, I'd argue that he had even less resources to work with than Riri, because she had all the time in the world to design and refine her suit, whereas he was forced to cobble his together against the clock, with armed terrorists watching his every move. But hey, why let facts and reality get in the way when there's a narrative that needs spinning? Unfortunately, by waiting until the 11th hour to actually spin...
This movie is going to be the next Snow White. I've got a feeling. Like, it's going to be the next one that comes out that everybody hates. People are massively shitting on them. And it's a TV show? Oh, sorry, it's a TV show. Let me think. Is there a TV show that's been a huge failure recently? Can I have... I forgot it was a TV show. It's the same thing, really. Like Rings of Power? It's gonna be this is Marvel's The Acolyte. I think there's a very good chance it's going to be Marvel's The Acolyte.
In it, Marvel have completely lost control of the narrative around this show, and people can now see it for exactly what it is. A cheap, lazy, and pandering attempt to exploit the legacy and coolness of one of the MCU's most popular characters, born from the hubris of a different era when Marvel believed they could do no wrong, and reluctantly sharted out half a decade later into a time when they seemingly can't do anything right.
No, they can't.
Show that even the creators seem embarrassed and afraid to release, and if the trailer's anything to go by, they probably should be. Anyway, that's all I've got for today. Fucking go away now.
The funny thing about this, too, is that as soon as this happens, I think that more and more people are going to just, like, massively shit on this. And it will become, like, this is the problem with, like, media now. And it's like, I can kind of feel bad for... Let me link you guys the video. It's a Critical Drinker video. Make sure to give it a like. I think he's great. And one thing I like about his content is that it's short. And do you think a more flattering suit would have helped? No, I don't even think that this is a black female protagonist problem. I think that if they were using, like, maybe if they had, like, for example, I don't know, like, I forgot what his name was, the new Spider-Man guy. Like, if they had him, like, kind of taking on Tony Stark's role after kind of what happened in Endgame, then like, Tom Holland. Yeah, if they had him taking on that role, I think it would be more popular, definitely. But I still don't think it would be, like, massively popular, because I just think that the story's been played out, right? It's just been played out, and people have seen it, and they're looking for something new, right? Miles Morales is better. Well, I don't know. I haven't paid attention to Spider-Man, right? But I'm just saying, like, that would be probably, and the reason why also is that, you know, the actress, and this is one of the big reasons too, is that, like, actors and actresses play a really big role in whether people are going to watch a movie or not. And so if you take an unknown actress comparatively, like with this woman here, and then you compare her with Tom Holland or Robert Downey Jr., you're really going to have a huge problem. Like, for example, you know, Chris Hemsworth was well known before of Thor. Robert Downey Jr. was well known before Iron Man. You know, let's see, who else? And then also it had, like, Jeff Bridges in it. I mean, Samuel Jackson, I mean, okay, like, do I even need to begin? Scarlett Johansson was very well known. Yeah, the new, like, all of Doctor Strange. Yeah, exactly. Benedict Cumberbatch was well known. Chris Evans was well known. Mark Ruffalo was well known. Every single actor that came into the Marvel franchise as one of the Avengers was extremely well known. Right? I mean, they were not all A-list actors, but they were all either A-list or very close to it. And so, yeah, that's what I would say. And was Chris Evans, though? Chris Evans was... I think that he was probably maybe one of the riskiest picks, but he had already been, the fucking... He wasn't Mr. Fantastic. He was the living torch or whatever, the Human Torch, in the Fantastic Four, right? And so he had already been like a supporting character in a superhero movie beforehand, right? So it was a pretty safe decision for them to go with him because they had already seen him before. Rom-com actor? Yeah, well, I mean, to be fair, so was Matthew McConaughey. But like the fact is that every actor in that cast was extremely fucking good, right? They were extremely good actors and they were all well known. And then you compare it to this girl who was in Black Panther 2, Wakanda Forever, and a lot of people apparently didn't really like that movie, or at least they thought it was a big downgrade from the first one. And so, yeah, you're going to have a really bad time. And I think this is an element of it that isn't considered a whole lot. And it's kind of like a good example is like using like I think that something like, I mean, recasting is always bad, but it's especially bad whenever you're taking a really well-known actor and then replacing them with somebody who, you know, audiences might think is like not as good, like what's happening with The Witcher, for example. And I think that's also like, I mean, like Johnny Depp, like Mads Mikkelsen is like really popular and I think everybody likes him, but Johnny Depp is definitely way more famous than he is, right? I mean, like, let's be honest, right? Johnny Depp has been a household name for fucking 30, 40 years. And so if you bring in somebody who isn't as well known, it's going to affect the popularity of the movie. It will. And I think that's the big problem that a lot of these studios don't understand, is that if you don't have a person that is either like a perfect, insanely good fit for the character, like a really good example of good casting is, what's his name? Christoph Waltz, who was casted by Quentin Tarantino. And the first movie, one of the first movies he was ever in, because he was in German cinema, is that he was cast as, as Hans Landa, right, in Inglourious Bastards. And it was so good that it made him like a fucking, like, immediate, instantaneous A-list actor, right, instantly. And also he followed it up with really good roles, too. And so, yeah, Heisenberg. Yeah, well, I mean, no, he was still well known. Ryan Reynolds for Deadpool. Well, Ryan Reynolds had been in some other good movies in the past. I don't think that's entirely fair to say that about Ryan Reynolds. But, I mean, Deadpool is definitely, like, his main one. For sure. And so, like, what I'm saying, and Django Unchained, yeah, well, that's the main one. But I was thinking about other ones, too. But in general, that's the way I see it, right? And Van Wilder is goated. Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying, like, in general, like, having important actors and well-known actors makes a huge difference, and the actors that are in the show definitely increase the hype for the show, because the truth is, the only time that I ever heard about the new Marvel movies with Doctor Doom was about Robert Downey Jr. So you can complain and get mad about it all you want, that like, oh, you're replacing the guy, and I can complain about it even, but the fact is, the only reason that we're talking about it is because he was the one that got cast. That's it. Yeah, no one's more iconic than Hugh Jackman's Wolverine. That's probably true. Honestly. Like, yeah, that's definitely true. Green Lantern. Yeah, I watched Green Lantern, the Ryan Reynolds Green Lantern movie. Yeah, not so great. Was the first time I saw him as an actor. Well, yeah. Well, Robert Downey Jr. had like a 10 to 15 year crash out. And in the process of that, he, went to jail. Got arrested, had a bunch of other crazy shit happen, and then he got out of jail, and he was on drugs, all this other stuff, right? It just, the typical shit that people do, and did a lot of drugs, drug addict, yeah, exactly. And then he came back, he did Iron Man, he did, like, a few other roles. It was mainly Iron Man and Tropic Thunder, right? And, like, those two roles came out, and that went crazy. Huge comeback, yeah. And as soon as that shit happened, but he was popular in the 90s as well. Sherlock Holmes. Yes, Sherlock Holmes. That was the other one.
Now, if he got ganked, I would understand him being tilted. I was Kinnerar, so you win bot side. Oh, right. Thank you, Stanimir. Thank you. Hope you played to win. Right. What a kind fella that forced Kinnerar. Right. What a kind fella that forced Kinnerar. Both of those to have a shutdown, so maybe I can kill them here. Wait, Diana! That is so sad. Please, like, grief recall. Greed recall here. I held my E because that's one shutdown. And I played. Not bad. Kinder might come from top side since we saw his. Oh. Okay, not that bad. I have barrier. He might kill me. It might be 1-for-1 unless Warwick comes and ultis me, right? Nope. It does not. Warwick barrier flash. Nope. It does not. Warwick.
It publicly in front of Congress, but that got shoved aside pretty quick when they realized they could just do this behind closed doors. Now, Todd Blanche said he was thinking about releasing the transcripts. We don't know if that's going to happen.
It won't matter. They shouldn't release them, and it doesn't even matter if they do. If they release the transcripts, they're just going to say that they made them up. Like, again, like for transparency, people, the thing is that nobody trusts the Trump administration to handle the Epstein case in a way that's authentic and fair. Straight up. I don't think anybody trusts them. So unless she can provide undeniable proof that certain people were involved, I don't think anybody's going to care, like them saying, oh, well, this is it or that's it or whatever. I think people are just weaponizing this and that's it. Are you okay with Trump being involved? Well, of course I wouldn't. Why would I be okay with somebody being involved in a global elite pedophile ring? Why would I want that? Of course I wouldn't want Trump to be involved. I wouldn't want Biden to be involved either. It's awful. But what matters isn't about what you want. It's about what is. It's most important that you get as close to the truth as possible. That's it. Well, who asked that question? Yeah, like, that's not what he meant. What he meant as in, would you keep no bias if Trump was? Yeah. How could you defend a pedo? Yeah, of course. Everybody would. Duh. What? Obviously. What a stupid question.
Or not. But today we got leaks of what may have been said during the 9 hours where Ghislaine Maxwell told Todd Blanche that Trump had never done anything in her presence that would have caused concern. Now, do we believe this? Well, the challenge is that Ghislaine Maxwell has every reason to lie. She, after all, is looking for a pardon. Her lawyer says right now that she would welcome any relief, and relief is
nothing that's special. I mean, anybody in prison would say that, but yeah.
Exactly what she got after this testimony, right after the testimony to the DOJ where she cleared Trump's name. She got transferred to a less restrictive prison called a minimum security prison, with the Washington Post calling it one of the nation's most lenient lockups for nonviolent women offenders. It's notable.
That's convenient for her.
Well, she had to get a special waiver to even go to this prison because normally offenders are not allowed. And this is something I really want to
it was reviewed by the Bureau of Prisons, and then it was overruled because they had decided that she shouldn't go there, but it got overruled by like the federal government or something like this. So it's not like a decision wasn't made. The decision was made and the decision was overruled.
At home. Previously, I've been talking about Ghislaine Maxwell, and we've been talking sort of like, okay, yeah, she trafficked for Jeffrey Epstein. I think it's worth hitting home that she also participated in some of the acts. She is a offender, convicted. And those types of people aren't eligible normally for minimum security prisons. That's why a former warden told the Post.
Well, I don't know why, like, I mean, Coffee, I think, is getting this wrong in a way. Like, it's very obvious that the reason why she's being given this treatment is because of the fact that she's privy to this information and they're trying to treat her differently in order to get an outcome out of her. Like that's really that's obviously what's going on here, right? I mean, anybody would know this, but I don't even really know what to say. But yeah, there, like, I mean, and by the way, I agree with that. Like, if I was Trump or I was like his team, I would absolutely put her in a minimum security prison. Like, I would do whatever it would take to make the canary sing. Whatever I need to do it. Because it's pragmatic. It's just the pragmatic, smartest option to do.
Inmates, if they have a offense, are not going to a place like that, period. It's truly unheard of. Quote, it's a country...
It's awfully convenient for upcoming suicide as well. Yeah, that's true.
Club. Someone gave special preference to Maxwell that, in my knowledge, no other inmate currently serving in the Federal Bureau of Prisons has received. So she is getting special treatment for...
Of course she is, duh.
Something. We don't know exactly why she had to get a special waiver for this, though. This is not something that everyone gets. Contradicting this, though, the president has come out and said, oh, this is actually a very normal thing.
Questions for you. One, were you aware of and did you personally approve the prison transfer for Ghislaine Maxwell that your Justice Department...
I didn't know about it at all. No, I read about it just
Yes and no.
Prisons has received
on here, right? I mean, anybody would. It's very obvious that the reason why she's being given this treatment is because of the fact that she's privy to this information and they're trying to treat her differently in order to get an outcome out of her. Like that's really that's obviously what's going on here, right? I mean, anybody would know this, but I don't even really know what to say. But yeah, they're like, I mean, and by the way, I agree with that. Like, if I was Trump or I was like his team, I would absolutely put her in a minimum security prison. Like, I would do whatever it would take to make the canary sing. Whatever I need to do it. Because it's pragmatic. It's just the pragmatic, smartest option to do.
Inmates, if they have a offense, are not going to a place like that, period. It's truly unheard of. Quote, it's a country
It's awfully convenient for upcoming suicide as well. Yeah, that's true.
Club. Someone gave special preference to Maxwell that, in my knowledge, no other inmate currently serving in the Federal Bureau of Prisons has received. So she is getting special treatment for...
Of course she is, duh.
Something. We don't know exactly why she had to get a special waiver for this, though. This is not something that everyone gets. Contradicting this, though, the president has come out and said, oh, this is actually a very normal thing.
Questions for you. One, were you aware of and did you personally approve the prison transfer for Ghislaine Maxwell that your Justice Department...
I didn't know about it at all. No, I read about it just like you did.
And do you believe that she is...
It's not a very uncommon thing.
Do you believe that she's credible to be listening to? Your Deputy Attorney General sat down with her recently.
Well, let me tell you, he's a very talented man.
I'll remind you, the guy he's talking about formerly was his defense attorney. And her question,
it's
which
convenient for him,
never really gets answered, which is, can we trust Ghislaine Maxwell, actually is an important...
Yes and no. And it doesn't matter. Because if she can tell you where the bodies are buried, go out there and start digging. If there's no bodies, well, then I guess the answer is no. But, like, it's a possibility. You're getting it wrong because you think about it maliciously. It's not about getting her to talk. It's about getting her to talk for you. Well, as long as they can... No, you think about it right here. Bodies of kids? Well, no, metaphorically, right? What I'm saying is that if she can provide evidence, testimony, information, and a credible line of reasoning to put some of these people in jail... I think that it's absolutely worth giving her whatever she wants if she's able to do it for enough people, because it's a matter of doing whatever is the best for the greater good. It's that simple. And so, like, would I rather have 5 elite fucking government and, billionaire officials in jail for doing this stuff, or would I rather have her in jail? Well, I would obviously rather have the 5 people that are these elite billionaires, right? It's pragmatic. So I see what the point is, but I don't think that you need to trust her. And this is the case with any sort of like interviewing witnesses. Like, you have to, at a certain point, operate that, they're not just instantly lying to you, but it's trust but verify. I don't think that they should just listen to what she says and then arrest people based off of that. I think that if she can't provide proof for it, then you can't really act on it because she is a liar. Yeah, for sure. She needs to give tangible evidence. Exactly, yes. To the extent that she can provide tangible evidence, or at least tell you where you can find tangible evidence, then that definitely would work. That would matter. We can no longer trust Trump. I don't think you could have ever trusted Trump, to be honest with you. He's not a trustworthy person. He's just not. I mean, in a lot of ways I like Trump, but he is a liar. He's been a liar. The thing is, she would have already given something to get moved already. They don't just move you first. I think that for something like this, they might. But I don't know.
Important one, because previously she was charged with...
I feel like this is such a unique circumstance that you can't really create like this is what happens in this situation. This is like a once in like a fucking 10, 20 years. Like there's no other situation that's been like this before. There's not a precedent for this.
Ghislaine Maxwell actually is an important one because previously she was charged with perjury. This was in connection with her 2016 deposition. Perjury just means she was lying under oath. Quote,
which is why I think it's okay to have her speak, because they found out that she was lying here, and they'll find out that she's lying if she lies about the Epstein stuff too.
2016, while testifying under oath in a civil proceeding, Maxwell repeatedly made false statements, specifically about certain specific acts and events alleged in the indictment. So, can we trust someone who previously our government charged with making false statements when specifically these false statements may benefit her? I don't know. Maybe you think she's turned a leaf and she suddenly is.
She absolutely hasn't, but you can expect people to operate in self-interest. And if her self-interest and self-preservation overrules her stupidity, then she will provide at least some evidence and some proof, if she has it, in order to give them a bone so they will release her. Yeah, you can always expect people to act in self-interest. And it is in her, right now, it is in her self-interest to give up names of other people.
This is honesty, but it's worth saying she's already reaping the rewards of the. This is honesty, but it's worth saying she's already reaping the rewards of the testimony she's given so far. Our president proceeds to talk about how talking to Ghislaine Maxwell is going to help with the fact that we don't want people getting caught up in this that would have their lives hurt.
Whatever he asked would be totally appropriate, and it's not an uncommon thing to do that. And I think he probably wants to make sure that, you know, people that should not be involved or aren't involved are not hurt by something that would be very, very unfortunate, very unfair to a lot of people.
We don't want people getting involved who might be hurt by this, right? That's why we got to talk to her behind closed doors.
Yeah.
We got to give her preferential treatment, right? Because we don't want anyone who might have been otherwise implicated in this falsely to get implicated, right? We want to make sure their names, whoever they are, whatever mysterious person they are, do not get implicated in this. And obviously that goal of Maxwell clearing certain people is being achieved here with her now clearing Trump's name with a possible pardon on the line. Now, I do have to say, it could...
This is such a bad point by Coffee. He's saying that we should trust her as long as it's what we want to hear. Otherwise, she's a liar who's committed perjury. Well, I think it's very simple. You listen to what she says. You check if you can verify it. And if you can't, then it's probably bullshit. And if you can, then you're, at that point, you're not listening to her anymore. You're going based off of evidence that you found. That's what I would say. I don't think that you need to trust somebody in order for them to give you, a path to go on.
Be the case that he didn't have anything to do with it. She is being honest here. But unfortunately, the waters are muddied when you have such a transparent conflict of interest in this whole story.
Yeah,
personally, I don't want anyone, Ghislaine Maxwell or any of the elites that are involved, to be let off the hook. In fact,
I don't either, but I would rather have Ghislaine give up a bunch of names and at least get some people, right? Like, you think of it as like a deck of cards. Well, you've got 52 cards. There's 4 fucking, types of cards, like, spades or whatever. Would you rather have like one deck or one of the 1 through 12 or suits? Sorry, would you rather have one suit or zero? It's such an easy decision. I'd rather at least get one.
Just today, we had a bombshell report from the New York Times about Jeffrey Epstein's personal residence, where he had pictures.
Would you trust her? No, I would not trust her. But I would trust her to act in self-interest to at least provide me enough information to condemn a number of people, because she would know. Like, she's not a stupid person. She would know that it would be necessary to do that.
Famous people. More letters came out with people like Woody Allen, and all of these people should be investigated. Unfortunately, we are living in a time where a select few of these people have so much power over the investigators of it. Maybe instead of giving preferential treatment to sex offenders, we should just release the Epstein files and see where that gets us.
I don't think that would work, because the person who's releasing the Epstein files is the person who's controlling them. So I don't really understand the logic with this. Like, if you think that Trump is stacking the deck with Ghislaine Maxwell's testimony, wouldn't he also stack the deck by releasing the files? Because there's no secondary source that you can judge this against to make sure that files and information are missing. So, like, this is it. Yeah, they'll just redact stuff, so why not release them? I don't know why they wouldn't, but what I'm saying is that if they release them and it doesn't condemn somebody that they want to condemn, then everybody is going to say that it's bullshit to begin with. And that's the point that I was making more than anything. Why not ask victims? Why not ask victims? Well, obviously, like, you know, there's some subsetting files. Releasing every single file is an impossibility. Yes, yeah, definitely. Boy, you sound a lot like someone that's in that list. What? I'm so confused. I'm so confused. And anyway, so let me go back. The answer is obvious. Well, and this is amazing for me to see. Like, what is the comment on this here? Don't spend this. I think you're wrong about this one, Zach. If one of Trump's lies is caught, he's a goner. That's why he won't release the files. It's too risky. Even if it were to fake it, people are not stupid. Take the video, for example. Yeah, but what did people thinking the video was fake? What did that result in? Nothing. Nothing happened. Nobody got in trouble. Nobody was a victim of anything. Nobody got banned, or not banned. Nobody got put in jail. Nothing happened, right? And so it doesn't make a difference, right? So even if people think that it's bullshit, nothing's going to happen. And it looks like, obviously, this is a person that just has literally no opinion at all, other than just saying that. Why would people take her words over the actual files? That's ridiculous, honestly, bro. Well, you don't. I don't know why some people could just be political opponents of the current establishment. Remember, they're all corrupt. Her testimony only had badly done independent third party. And it looks like, obviously, this is a person that just has literally no opinion at all, other than just saying that. Why would people take her words over the actual files? That's ridiculous, honestly, bro. Well, you don't. I don't know why. Obviously, this is a person that just has literally happened, right? And so it doesn't make a difference, right? So even if people think that it's bullshit, nothing's going to happen. Nobody got in trouble. Nobody was a victim of anything. Nobody got banned, or not banned. Nobody got put in jail. Nothing happened, right? And so it doesn't make a difference, right? nothing's going to happen. And it looks like obviously this is a person that just has literally no opinion at all other than just saying that. Why would people take her words over the actual files? That's ridiculous, honestly, bro. Well, you don't. I don't know why some people could just be political opponents of the current establishment. Remember, they're all corrupt. Her testimony only had badly done independent third party. It's very weird I think people,